Понял. Сейчас. О. Чат есть, меня слышно, видно того, этого, сижу чаек завариваю. Есть тут одна маленькая сложность. Потому что Лерайн, привет. Слышно, видно? Замечательно, замечательно. Так. Не, звучит так себе сейчас. Чайный стрим. Вот так. С чаем как-то так. Вот. Так, что у нас там? Давай сразу еще. Дело дошло до заначек, да. Давай вот так еще сразу кинем. Закреплять не буду, но в случае чего, как говорится, ой, не туды. Ну, в случае чего, как бы того, этого самого, основная оповещательная деятельность, она вот в Телеграме. Что я не взял орешков. Но это ладно. Пойди переживу. Блин, самое ж важное. Капец, конечно. Кто будет, блин, делать того этого? О. О. Чижень в Барнауле. Странные какие-то там эксперименты стоят. Ладно, так, это было маленькое такое отвлечение. Что там? Чайку я себе сделал. Сейчас хлябну, начну. Разобраться там с делами внутриигровыми, потому что в очередной раз я мало что помню, что там происходило. Да я вообще забыл сделать анонс в Телеграме. Вот, и делаю уже по факту начального стрима. Здравствуйте, да. Чат прогрузился. Ну, прогрузился, это хорошо, это радует. В чате активность радует. Кажется, это все-таки не утесная мелодия. Но может заварки через 3-4 станет понятнее. Кажется, оно прям... Ух, что-то я переборщил. Ладно. Как там? Борщ пересолил и с солью переборщил. Это, ну, практически одно и то же, да? Я залез в какую-то дыру. Там нас предупредили, что сейчас все это закончится быстренько. И попросили вертать взад. Для чего? Для того, чтобы закрыть все незакрытые квесты. Сейчас я отойду ближе к церкви, там карта загрузится. Вот. На самом деле квестов-то у меня раз-два и обчелся. Ну, это вот сюжетный. Самаха говорил, что это тоже сюжетный. Этот, увы, ввиду того, что я заблокировал себе квест. Ладно, пойдет. Вот этот почему-то не обновился. Все элементы брони. Я так и не понял, где можно найти поножи. На них будто вообще никто ничего никогда не ссылался. Нет, один раз, по-моему, на них сослались. Но это типа все. Так. Их точно нет в игре? Ну, тогда есть предположение просто, что шапка вытаскивается и где-то из воды. Правда, там Куна ее куда-то выкинул, что не представляется возможным, типа, ее найти.
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
Ух ты, интересная вариация диалога. Ладно. Я нашел ваш буй, в нем ничего не было, лишь морская вода.
Oh.
Did you take the documents?
No, of course not. As I said, it would have been too risky for me to use those documents anyway. My employer gave them to me. In truth, I should have destroyed them.
She doesn't seem to be lying.
She's genuinely spooked by their disappearance.
У меня странное чувство, что ваши документы забрал неизвестный науке криптид.
Cryptid? Of course. That must be it. Thank you. I feel better already. Now that I think about it, you mentioned seawater. I was worried I'd been too careless with the latch. The documents were probably just washed away.
Почему мне кажется, что вы победили?
I really don't know, sir. I certainly don't feel like I've won. I feel like shit, sir. All the time.
Но для вас все обернулось хорошо, вы ускользнули от всех подозрений. Я бы, наверное, не то чтобы ускользнули, выделил, сколько от всех, потому что тут как бы слишком много.
Clearly, I haven't. We're having this conversation, aren't we? How well could it have gone? I mean. I'm stuck in Martinez just like all of us. I've been up here for I don't know how long now. I like to call this my rooftop containment facility.
Так, высохшие цветы на крыше. Их могла оставить Руби? Они не вписываются в общую
What?
картину.
Oh, those ones. I don't know, sir. I said I have no idea what to make of them. Honestly, I think they're just trash. I mean, there's no reason for me to think they're somehow connected to her.
За что же вас заточили?
For my sins, of course. The long-standing sins of a bad, frivolous person. For destroying my first love. For working for bad people. The list goes on and on.
Для вас все достаточно неплохо обернулось. Вы как-то умудрились выйти из подозрений.
Did I? Why do I still feel suspicion hanging over me then? What I managed was to get him killed. I understand that.
The lieutenant looks away, over the railing.
Так, ну, давай просто по порядку. Кажется, что-то не сходится в моей теории по поводу
I don't know
Руби.
what to say.
Кажется, все складывается очень удачно для вас.
None of this is fortuitous for me.
Что ж, ладно, на этом
She
все.
nods, slowly, carefully even. There is suddenly a strange glint in her eyes. Not malicious, but dangerous.
Ну, здесь как бы все. Так, как бы я не проходил вариантов минимизировать загрузок, по-моему, нету. Благо, оно весьма быстрое. Пу-пу-пу. Пу-пу-пу. Пу-пу. А есть что по прокидкам? Так, белые это доступные, да? Брошенный грузовик. Сложно. Так, самообладание легендарно. Но вот этого уже нету. Эмпатия. самообладание, внушение, эмпатия, трепет. Самообладание. 5. Шесть. Ладно. Проблема, наверное, в том, что у меня практически... Если и есть что-то... Ну вот, ботинки... И, наверное, на этом все. То есть тоже такой момент, что я ничем не докину до каких-нибудь там подходящих значений. Что дает минус к самообладанию? Ботинки и давали. То есть у меня сейчас 7. У кого там... у этого есть проверка. Сколько он просит?
I like playing in the dark. Sharpens your nocturnal instincts.
О,
Feels like being
72.
on recon again.
Так, что в этом старом солдате такого, что придает ему столько гордости?
As Rene turns from you to his partner and back, the medals on his chest rattle and glare. He keeps his spine straight and his ribcage lifted, displaying them proudly.
Иван, приветствую. Ну... Те, кто меня смотрели, так сказать, со старта игры, знают, сколько у меня тут к ней претензий, но в целом игра хорошая, как бы. Под конец я могу сказать, что поиграл не зря. Тем не менее, если бы не стримы, я бы ее забросил. Прям вот честно, откровенно. Меня бы не хватило на все это. Но забавная, веселенькая такая. Есть свой вайб такой интересный. Что-то я хотел. Ну да. Да, мейнстримный рынок как бы сейчас, в принципе, ну, сильно такой, ну, весьма своеобразный. То есть за последние, не знаю, лет 5 для себя проектов типа AAA, AA класса я очень мало нахожу. Прям очень мало. Вот. Так что в целом, как бы, своя аудитория в этой игре есть, это замечательно. Это радует. Радует, что, в принципе, игроиндустрия во что-то такое развернулась, и появляется вот диск Elysium, там таматургия. Я не знаю, как это, ну, как бы... с моим говором еще это произнести правильно, это прям умудриться надо. Но тем не менее, вот недавно вышла таматургия. В целом тоже годный проект, заинтересовал, может когда-нибудь пройду. Тоже, кстати, это РПГшка вот в духе старых, так сказать, штук. Вот. Тирани из того, что мало на слуху. Ну и Baldur's Gate 3, почему бы и нет. Оно, конечно, немножко не про это, там больше, мне кажется, про приключения и боевку, но тоже бывает интересно. Вот, кстати, таматургия мне это концептуально больше заинтересовала, чем Disco Elysium. Надо потестить на своем компе, пойдет, не пойдет, может даже поиграю. Так, сколько здесь медалей?
Two. The larger one is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun.
О, Sea of Stars, ну это просто классика JRPG-шек. Шикарная рисовка, просто шикарная рисовка. Прям такой... Забавно то, что, ну, как бы, я крайне мало играл JRPG в свое, ну, вот, в ранние года, так сказать, не застал всякие финалки, особенно там вторая, третья, ну, нету вот, ну, на тот момент, в принципе, чего-то такого не было, то есть и много непереведенных и всякого такого, а тут Sea of Stars и просто такой, вау, блин, такая крутота. Так в детство откидывает прям. Я погонял демку на консоли, прям очень классная, очень классная. Зарюхаться как-нибудь будет в нее с головой просто вот. Я сейчас не вспомню. Парой годами ранее выходила тоже JRPG-шка в подобном графическом стиле, в подобном исполнении, тоже достаточно красивая, но она не стрельнула, к сожалению. Не вспомню название. Вот так быстро не это. И тоже, ну, как бы, немножко обидно за ту игру, но, тем не менее, вот, радует, что такие штуки все равно появляются. Это прям приятно. Народ, который их делает, да, может гонится за деньгами, потому что та же Sea of Stars там что-то буквально за несколько месяцев 1 миллион перевалило. Что для игр подобного класса, подобного жанра, ну, это прям супер успех, так сказать. Так, и маленькое в виде солнца. Ну, давай крест,
A
осмотреть
crowned
крест.
head in front of two crossed rifles. The medal hangs from a blue striped triangle. It's the Croix de Bravoure, Cross of Valor. The cross was the highest battlefield decoration in suzerain's armed forces, awarded for exceptional bravery in the line of duty, in service of King Frizzle I.
Так, и
A small
солнце.
blue star inside an orange sun. It has the word Valiance written below. The setting sun was a decoration used to distinguish seasoned combat veterans in service of King Frizzle I during the Revolution.
Ладно. Так. Указать на медали. За что ты их получил?
For bravery.
За
For
храбрость.
doing my duty in the heat of battle. For looking my mortality in the eye. When men like Gaston here are hitting the bushes and shat themselves.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
Спас королевского отпрыска.
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Couronne and were getting really ambitious. King Frizzell, thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end to the unrest. Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatiel feathers to battle. Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away. Can you imagine the asininity?
He really despises that Drissant fellow.
Purple velvet tunic. That isn't exactly camo.
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Coron. And when I say marched, I mean made us walk into captured enemy territory, single file, like toy soldiers, while he rode in front on his giant red stallion. The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage.
Настоящая кровавая
I
баня.
got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound. But just as I turned over, the prince fell into the mud next to me. He was missing his lower jaw. Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my leg and shattered my knee.
It's painful to even think about. Hang on to the story. Veterans get sentimental after such retellings. This might yield something useful.
Я знаю, что
I
потом.
grabbed my sidearm and shot the beast in the head. Then everything went black.
Capitaine Arnoux, le fléau des chevaux.
The bane of horses.
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Jolas Tresson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud right next to me. The dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one.
Блин. Ладно. Ну, допустим, я бы сдался, не знаю, как можно жить без челюсти.
He didn't. I hoisted the prick on my back and started crawling. Kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked us up. Through some miracle, we both survived. And the jealous freak convinced Frissel to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood. Piece and shit. He was the commanding officer and I was on duty. Just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that. 13 months later, I received the Sun for distinguished service. It's not worth mentioning.
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More than anyone's duty. It's in his spine, in his billowing breasts, and untarnished self-worth.
Похоже, что ты скромничаешь,
The
Рене.
old carabinier stands quietly like a statue, his features motionless.
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled over 7 kilometers before the cavalrymen found him and Drisant. 2 days later that was. And that even while crawling with a mangled half-dead prince on his back, he still managed to murder 3 rebels on his way.
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself, it's there.
Очень впечатляет. Вот такие люди, как Рене, сделали когда-то Ревашоль великим.
Maybe, but also bear in mind, officer. They don't end this out for anyone with a service record. Oh no, you have to get shot repeatedly. And you need to get your hands bloody too. Really, really bloody.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Poltroon. Duty is something you will never understand.
Так, почему ты так презираешь Дрисана?
Because he was a goddamn dandy. Had no business leading men or even being on the battlefield. All he was related. That's it. Royal blood alone doesn't make army commanders. He was a stupid kid, only interested in horses, hairstyles, and man-loving. And 782 Royal Carabiniers are dead because of his incompetence.
Whoa, man-loving? Is that even a word? It is not.
Спасибо, что рассказал свою историю, Рене.
Bah! There were many such stories in those days. Many such men, too. True Revacholians. Men with backbone.
Oh, yes, René, yes. Men were bigger, girls were prettier, and everyone wore the fascia. Lord, please bring those days back, if you can.
I'm not getting into this with you again. Officer, was there anything else?
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier.
Драма 7. Блин. Доступно один раз. Так, 7, 6 получается. Надо выкинуть 14. Ладно, если получится, мне это окупится повышением уровня. По идее. Поэтому, ну, давай попробую.
Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be anything worth mentioning among your achievements. You should resort to good old lying.
Давай тогда это. Лгать не в моем стиле, я лучше продолжу
But of
спрашивать.
course, sire. Looks like they're waiting for you to speak. It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota.
Непонятно, ладно. Чего? Что это за звуки? У меня в животе урчит.
Evening falls. The time has come to take the vow. The
Клятву.
vows of blood and flesh.
Чё-то странное. В пении.
No, no. When the blood and flesh call, there is no discarding them. Speak true. Do you like the hard stuff?
Что ты называешь пожестче?
Fascism, Brota.
Четверка. Так, давай, что вообще такое фашизм?
Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revachel's problems?
Я думал, ты моя система пищеварения выделений.
Quit stalling, Bruta. We're talking about the weakest, worst, most insane thing. The weak link.
Блин. Я даже не знаю, что выбрать. Левые академики.
Yes, them. But women.
Вероломный женчин.
Women. Men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to be scrubbed off this world with rubbing alcohol. Woo men need to go back to the fucking kitchen. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that woo men need to know their place.
У меня что, какие-то желудочные спазмы?
Stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth.
Почему это со мной происходит?
Because you've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you've said them many times.
Так, ладно. Что там насчет решения?
You're going to keep your vooz, right? Keep your vooz, brota.
И не подумаю, я не позволю какому-то расстройству желудка управлять мной.
There's a slow, painful growl somewhere in your intestines, knocking on your alcohol-engorged liver. It is one of betrayal and disappointment.
Окей, с этим разобрались. Так, ну, наверное, все. Вообще интересно, потому что, ну, как бы, у меня там и коммунист сработал, и фашист сейчас вот 4 набрал, моралист, вообще 16, как бы. То есть, по идее, если посчитать и посмотреть, то можно собрать все, как покемонов, да, собери их всех. С идентификацией копа чуть немножко сложнее здесь. Ну, хотя нет, в принципе, поинтов-то хватает. Причем коп апокалипсиса, в принципе, где-то во второй половине игры только собирается. Что, ну, позволит достаточно быстренько его получить, наверное. Правда, я не понимаю, как это сработает, на что это повлияет. Типа, там были где-то мысли, вот, еще не закончил, ёлы-палы. Ну, на таком фоне ничего не видно, так что... Ладно, возвращаемся к квестам. Даже, наверное, не столько к квестам, сколько уже к основной линейке. Может быть, не знаю. Ну, в общем, к главному квесту. Что-то дополнительное меня сейчас, наверное, не интересует. Так. Пум-пум-пум-пум-пум-пум. В бочке монетки. Интересно. И еще монетки. Бетонная труба, погребенная под песком и пылью. Ну, тоже неплохо.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive
Ow.
white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now, Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse.
Обнадежился Мах.
Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways.
Я на всякий случай докину себе 2, потому что это влияет еще и на проверки. Да, я понимаю, что хп мало. Так, и, ну, затыкать уши бессмысленно.
That's an awful decision. Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones.
Ладно.
Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Да. Это светомузыка диска. Крикнуть сквозь помехи, ты арестован. Ой-ой-ой.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It
Неужто
feels
я
like a
сейчас
blood
откину,
vessel
сэр?
exploded in your brain.
И так. Ты меня собираешься убить?
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
Да, и, вот то, что это этот генератор серости, я уже сообразил.
The explosion of static you're hearing. It's the ULAN frequency. Blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Блин, а чё? Но мне ничего полезного, вот диалог сейчас это не даст. Давай ничего не говорить, постараться закрыть уши руками. Миленькие звуки. Вам не громко? Мне вроде нормально.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
В одиночестве, в серости? Там еще люди работают. Капец. Еще и несколько лет. Там, типа, путешествие в пару недель считается трудновыносимым.
What we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose.
Нравится рассказывать. Поддаться риторике. Ну давай, да. Как тебе удалось раздобыть этот
I built
прибор?
it myself.
Ого.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond.
Ты испытывал на себе этот компрессор?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
И что, так теперь будет всегда?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
Хороший микс звуков, прям. Это все прекрасно, но давай поговорим об
Yeah,
убитом.
let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
Так, ладно, не могла бы ты просто отключить эту штуку? У меня к тебе пара
If you've got
вопросов.
something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Матрасы по выгодной цене. В общем, это того. Народ, мужайте, сейчас будет какое-то время так фонить.
Turn this.
Ладно, потом.
God
Закончу
damn
с
it.
этим.
Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She's carrying a two-barreled front loader. Remain careful.
Эх, надо было броник цеплять,
Well,
наверное.
it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now.
Я что-то забыл
Thinking
про
doesn't
него.
seem to hurt as much. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
Так, как ты узнал о нашем
I heard you in
приключении?
the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
Пряча пули под полом.
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Но зачем прятать пули?
This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't walked right into 25 bands of ultra-high frequencies.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
Ладно. Так, это ты застрелила Лели?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
Да, ты права. Первой своими сомнениями поделилась Классия.
Oh, I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Так. Первая догадка. Ну, кстати, да. Твоя первая догадка была недалека от
Titus and
истины.
his boys, man. They told us you were on the coast.
Even now, Kim is a paragon of professionalism. He is trying to make a clean cut of telling her she was betrayed.
Well, fuck. Those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like...
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Я справляюсь, задавая вопросы. У меня есть парочка для
Like
тебя.
what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Так. Риторик, четкие нравственные ориентиры, но не хочет упускать возможность очистить. У тебя есть алиби на время смерти Лэли?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you.
Давай, да. Они сказали, что ты отходила на целых 15 минут.
Yeah, and I'm sure they also made some funny remarks about it. They always do. I've driven a lot of long haul and chugged a lot of beer, man. Can't do either without some power of mind over bladder. And anyway, that wouldn't have been enough time.
Так, мы провели расследование и выяснили, что 15 минут как раз хватило бы совершить убийство.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
Ты играешь в канал?
No, not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dardun. Haven't been into low-risk, no-reward games since moving to the city. Why?
Так, я видел довольно загадочные пинбольные автоматы в довольно загадочных комнатах в танце.
Yeah, and probably some ghosts from the time of the suzerain. I'm not really interested in supernatural mysteries.
А что насчет лифтов?
The fuck do elevators have to do with anything?
Да или нет?
Not particularly.
Почему?
Why are you so hung up on elevators?
That's a pretty good question, actually. She clearly doesn't know anything about the secret passage.
Ладно, так. Думаю, мы немного
And that
отвлеклись.
topic was what? Staircases? Ladders?
С первого этажа в танцах есть секретный проход на
Don't know it.
крышу.
But also,
Evaluating your competence as a police officer.
The shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
А ты оставляла цветы на крыше для классии?
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
Это были не просто цветы, это символ революции.
So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on.
На классе оплакивала
I
погибшего.
never did understand why, when someone dies, a hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too.
Ладно, значит, ты не оставляла ландыши.
No, I did not.
У тебя есть оружие. Где ты
The
его
gun
взяла?
store.
В
Trigger happy
оружейном?
jacks.
Это не похоже на название настоящего
What did you
магазина.
think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
Вижу двуствольный пистолет, а есть ли другое
Sure
оружие
don't.
у тебя?
A breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
Так, есть
Yeah,
еще улика.
Evidence.
Так, ты занималась наркоторговлей для профсоюза. Я был в твоем грузовике.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
Maybe twist the knife, just in case. Make her more desperate.
А вот здесь я с драмой, пожалуй, не соглашусь. И я сам туда забрался.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
У тебя был мотив для убийства наемника.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the union.
You good?
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
А у меня пистолет не экипирован. Это я, конечно, молодец. Он, по-моему, не как часть экипировки же. Или как часть экипировки. Не помню. Ладно. Но теперь ты угрожаешь
Based on
нам.
what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
There's a sinister note in her voice. Even with the gun and the compressor, she's afraid of you.
Пу-пу-пу. Так, Классе тебе действительно
I consider
нравилось?
her a good friend, yeah.
Но ты хотела чего-то большего.
Oh, so that's where you were going with this.
Так, она сказала об этом.
That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts we didn't want to catch up with us, and we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it.
Glasia only said they maybe kissed. Someone is lying here.
И что было потом?
She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leading me on.
А случаем не это Классе не третий наемник?
I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on.
Хотя это бы выглядело максимально странно. Не то что логично. Мусамах, ну зачем ты такую мыслю портишь, а? Хотя это было скорее в порядке бреда, потому что тогда многое бы не сходилось. Ну ладно. Так. Блин, ну она про тайный проход не знает. Ну ладно, да, скажи, тебе нравится подглядывать?
Pissing, pinball, and now peeping. I'm just not following your insinuations, detective.
Там есть дыра в стене, сквозь нее так. Блин, сомневаюсь между двумя вариантами. А вообще разница между ними есть? Ладно, просто эта дыра в стене в номере Классе довольно подозрительная.
I'm not aware of any hole in Claudia's wall. And if I had been, I would have told her to get it sealed. That's what friends do.
Значит, ты не подглядывал.
Nope. Look, she has an effect on people. That je ne sais quoi that makes it impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room, and very difficult to look away. But travel enough and you realize, for the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable.
Так, Классе сказала, что ты очень разозлилась, когда она начала встречаться с Лэри.
Yeah. One time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy.
Несмотря на ни на что, ты помогла ей инициировать линчевание.
Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer.
Ладно, есть еще вопросы?
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
Так, как по-твоему, Лэли был приятным
I didn't
человеком?
like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
Ты считала, что профсоюз нуждается в защите?
Sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings, but I don't think she's perjuring herself.
Окей, тогда подведем итоги.
Yeah? Where?
Высокий шанс, болевой порог, средний. Давай попробуем уничтожить прибор. Ой.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
Шепнуть через плечо. Ты в порядке, Ким?
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
Риторика, равные шансы. Ну, давай попробуем.
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other options. You need to give her options.
Какой выбор?
You know.
Может, я все-таки смогу ее отговорить?
This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives.
Блин. Кажется, Самаха в замешательстве. А можно вот... Понятно, сохраниться нельзя. Ладно, на самом деле, как бы я был бы рад тебя отпустить, но должен следовать протоколу. К тому же мне интересно узнать полную картину. Если это не она, то кто? А если кто, то она может вывести на очередной след.
She pulls the trigger before you finish your sentence.
Ай.
You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
Она покончила с собой, я не смог ее
Lieutenant
отговорить.
Ефрейтор Dubois, control your emotions. We did our job. This won't be the worst thing that happens on this case, believe me. You can't let this break you.
There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you in nightmares.
Ладно, чё теперь?
We clean up. It may take days for processing to pick up her body. We need to move it somewhere. That tent there.
Ой. Неловко получилось. Ага. Если я сохранюсь сейчас на отдельное, это мне ничем не поможет. Один момент. Я загружать не планирую. Все. Все чисто с автосейвы. А, вот, есть. Хорошо. Пу-пу-пу. Идея была в том, чтобы попытаться заболтать ее. не про каналы. Ну, то есть, просто отпускать мне ее не хотелось. А, ну, живая или мертвая, как бы. Ну, в смысле, убежала бы она или застрелилась бы. Мне-то с этого чё? А во втором случае хотя бы был бы шанс, наверное, поговорить вменяемо. Почему люди такие невменяемые бывают, а? Ну что за елки-палки? Там вообще был вариант дать ей... А, нет. Она, ну, это... Она ж себя это стрелять собиралась, не меня. Ну, так что, блин, без разницы. Из диалога, как я понял, она приняла нас скорее за охотников за головами, типа из бывшей банды, например, или кого-нибудь там, кто связан с классье, ну, как вариант, нежели за копов. Хотя вроде как, ну, она сама упоминала. Я только в диалоге об этом не сказал. Может, и зря. Ладно. Телом больше, телом меньше. Тут еще патроны есть. Эх. Так, впереди, насколько хватает взгляда, лишь темная вода. Выхода здесь нет. Дурамин, здоровье. Расходников впритык хватило. Ну ладно, не впритык. В этот раз не впритык. Кухонная утварь. Она готовила кашу с бананами. В канистре деньги.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately.
Ну вот я как и говорил, что это типа охотники за головами из какой-нибудь банды.
It was pitched by practiced hands. She was used to camping out. You
Заглянуть
see
внутрь.
a rolled-up sleeping bag and personal belongings.
We should put her in the sleeping bag, so the rats don't get to her.
Что ж, ладно, давай принесем
The
ее.
lieutenant nods.
Вон как.
There she lies, cocooned in the sleeping bag, surrounded by empty cigarette packs, books, and half-read magazines. Magazines. You should look through them.
Осветить книги и журналы фонариком. Пожалуй, у меня вот впервые появилось желание взять и переиграть момент. Может быть, я чисто для себя перезайду, вооружусь там пистолетом, нацеплю броню и всякое такое. Не знаю, насколько это поможет, но интересно. Так, светить книги, журналы фонариком.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Посмотреть журнал.
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine. It's a leather notebook.
О, записная книжка.
You pocket the worn brown leather journal.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
Да. Пистолет был отдельный... О, ладно. Я что-то не подумал. Так. Дневник Руби.
A thick
Взаимодействовать.
journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Смотреть
It's made of
обложку.
full grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller.
Не шлифованная кожа. Не шейная кожа. Ну да ладно. Нюансы перевода, но это сильно специфичная штука.
Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers. She had good taste and must have taken what she recorded here seriously.
Что ж, размотать шнурок.
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
Изучить
The
почерк.
large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently. Perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a
Предоставь.
mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
We could learn a lot from this.
Так, когда она начала вести
The
его?
first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
Что она писала в день смерти Лели?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. She is referring to betraying a previous employer. Does this suggest she did it in self-defense?
Что-нибудь
Short,
личное?
wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
Что за
Hard to
логистика?
tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Professionalism is his coping mechanism.
Что за
Esoteric
схема?
radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Снова
The
взглянуть на
thick journal,
обложку.
bound in brown leather, is full of candor and diagrams.
Вон как это. Что говорится в последней
The most
записи?
recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
I don't think she killed the mercenary. It looks like she might have been framed. Too bad we didn't really get to hear her side of the story.
This whole thing was a detour, and a fatal one, he thinks. Don't get emotional.
Так что ты имеешь в виду,
By the
говоря...
Hardy Boys, by Classier,
Могли
by
подставить.
us.
Тогда кто убил наемника?
Classier was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or
Но выстрела никто
maybe
не
she had an
слышал.
accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on her. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Действительно интересно. Остается только одно место, с которого могли стрелять, правильно? Вот с этих типа островов, как я понимаю, где... Ну вот, типа откуда-то отсюда. Дальность сверхвысокая. Но есть только один человек с доступом к технологиям и подобающим средствам передвижения. И даже вполне есть мотив. Шо, Самах, слишком быстро для вот этого поворота, что ли? Или это очередной вбрособред с моей стороны? Так, навыки, ладно. Палишься, палишься. Ну, типа, если не она, то кто? Как бы... У нас остается два наемника, как я подозреваю. Это все крепки. Честно, будет очень забавно. Я бы с этого поржал и вот прям. Если бы это были криптиды. Так, подожди, я в хижине у хижин рыбаков. Почему я не могу переместиться? Ой, да капец вы. Но мне интересно тогда... А что там за следы-то были? Чьи следы? Чёрт! Я не могу машину изучить еще раз. А? Ну, я как бы с машины все вытащил, а Ким считает, что в тот день был с нами. А, или ты про этот.
Shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Да. Я понял. Я не сразу сообразил, что ты про перемещение. Так.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right? Shut up. You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
Надо привлечь к себе внимание, да, а еще надо было одеться, вооружиться и всякое такое. Так, подожди, их же всего трое было. Почему их здесь... Ну, в смысле, почему их здесь трое? Серьезно? Капец.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You
Да это
can
не
just return to your
подкрепление.
unit and forget all about
Ну,
this.
почти.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
А это, видимо, стрелявший, да?
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
Так, здоровяк — это наемник, что был у ворот, командир антистачников.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
Пу-пу-пу. У нас мало времени.
The mercenary tribunal.
Да. Есть идеи, что делать?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
Стоять, полиция. Я тут такой с фонариком и пакетиком.
Comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
Pig fuck!
Спокойно, никому не обязательно сегодня
No,
умирать.
people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. You feel your fists contract as you stand there, between these men, all carrying real weapons. No, it's okay. Soften him up and trust the others to attack if it comes to that. Make him talk. Present an argument. I'm barely keeping you together here. This is it. If you talk to him, he will rattle you, not the other way around.
Ну, давай вот так. Представительница White Pines этого не
You
одобряет.
think I care what that company cunt thinks?
Мы с ней работаем вместе. Она знает, что вы неуправляемы. Она мне сказала.
She's gone, you stupid fuck. Sailed off 5 minutes ago. She doesn't give a shit about you, Silos.
Stay cool! Don't do anything stupid!
The company bitch is gone. Laylee's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
Guys, I just get in the way. I don't even have a gun.
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together.
They're afraid, all of them. Trembling reeds in the wind. They'll run, scatter soon, one by one.
Ну, с другой стороны, тоже неплохо.
No, the rest will stay. They would hold their ground, even if it means dying here with you.
Так. Кто это? Я не знал, что у вас есть третий.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Hohen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
The
Убийца.
gunner. The raddest. The killer. What do you think he does?
Он убивает.
Smart loincloth. He fucks natives up. Soldier of the apocalypse style.
Послушай, они этого не
Yeah.
делали.
Who did that?
Блин. Ну, как бы говорить, что нужно время разобраться. Пу-пу-пу. Ладно, давай, погоди. Время
You
разобраться.
had time to fuck around in that church, to run errands for your union chief. I saw you.
Time is up, loincloth. Give
А,
me
то есть
a
он прям
name.
требует, да?
Now.
Ладно, это был... Ну, можно свалить все на себя. Но в данном случае, как я понимаю, не особо поможет. Что ж, это был кто-то другой. Кто-то, кого здесь сейчас
How
нет.
fucking convenient.
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
Так. Ну да, тоже можно было свалить на Руби, но тогда бы парни Харди не очень бы обрадовались подобному. И это не то чтобы правда, и ситуация бы повторилась вновь. Так что застрелили с большого расстояния. Это работа снайпера. Не, ну понятно, что лучше, чем на Тита. Лучше, чем на кого бы то ни было. Типа, если бы они не были пьяными, можно было тупо указать на себя, потому что все в курсе, что персонаж приехал через несколько дней после повешения. Ну, короче.
How about the kid? Tell me, with a magic fucking sniper, one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who...
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her.
О, логика. Те самые крутые прокидки на логику.
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said, we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
Ладно, так, послушай, его застрелили, не повесили.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Повешение — это просто прикрытие. Ай.
The shot rings in your ears, a low tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot.
Ну, у меня только риторика может сработать. Давай искать доводы.
All right, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Krenner would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your... You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Давай найдем сперва старшего. Так, простой вопрос. Кто старший в вашем отряде после смерти полковника?
I am a Grinnell major with over 15 years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets hanged by clay monkeys, I lead the platoon on a retaliation strike.
То есть из вас трех у тебя самое высокое звание?
Nah, I just have the biggest gun.
Technically, the other man has the biggest gun, but we're beyond that
now. Так. Третьего... Какое самое высокое звание в Кринеле?
King Reaper.
Как глава этой группы, пожалуйста, остановись. Еще можно избежать кровопролития.
But you see, I want it to end in bloodshed.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something.
Блин. Пу-пу-пу-пу. Ну давай по порядку. Да вы же пьяны, посмотрите на себя.
Yes. So what?
Ты не судишь трезво, пожалеешь о содеянном.
I'm clear as day. Fucking government ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
Так, где Классия? Она бы все объяснила.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
О, она сбежала уже, видимо.
She left.
Ну, да.
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
Гард, какого рожна ты там делаешь?
What am I doing? My fucking establishment is under fire. You know how much windows cost?
Капец. Тут местная война заваривается, а он об окнах переживает. Так, в каком смысле
She
уехал?
left. Her room's cleaned out. Right before these assholes showed up.
We should have arrested her.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one.
Что ж, ну, у нас только один вариант. Увы, он не оставляет выбора. Ай!
A small explosion expels the bullet from the chamber. With a puff of smoke, it hits the man square in the chest, producing a soft clicking sound in the armor.
Увы.
Like dice rolling. The kinetic energy of the 9mm front-loaded bullet is distributed evenly across the chest piece and into his hands.
Go ahead! Give it another try.
Координация позволяет сделать еще прокидку, да? 4, легендарно 14, а у меня 6. Чё, 6 есть, это надо 8 выше. Координацию, ну, в принципе, я могу себе позволить. Эй. 2 вкинуть. Дубль 2.
This time feels different. You aim high, as if pulled by a magnet. Your hand goes numb from the explosion, and a plume of smoke erupts from the gun.
Посмотреть сквозь поднимающийся из ствола дым.
The smoke drifts west with the wind. You hear the plaza erupt in violence, slow, like a waterfall in reverse.
Посмотреть на картинали.
There is a hole in his cheek. He's not smiling anymore. He stumbles backward, eyes filled with disbelief, gurgling. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
Зря, наверное. Докидываю.
You leap left. A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks.
Нервяк, нервяк. О, радость, я жив. Хватит в меня
The man tilts
стрелять.
his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot. Watch out. To your left, DePaul is about to take a shot too, at Kim.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. 2 shots ring at once. From the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you.
Кто кричал?
Dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger.
Оу. Посмотрите ему в
The
глаза.
look of vengeance, framed in blood, lips shaking. This is the last thing he'll do on Earth. But he will do it. He is your end. Here it comes. Death.
Ну, типа, скорость реакции 20-ка. Мне уже нечего вкидывать. Поэтому просто позволить этому случиться. Ай, больно.
You simply blink, then something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll.
Даже если 20-ку выкидываешь? Не, я как бы понимаю, что это сценарный ход, всякое такое. Ну, типа, можно было запрокид подставить там другого человека, условно говоря. Было бы, конечно, более обидно. Но скорее более правильно. Понятное дело, ну вот там в случае с той дверью это как бы понятная условность и чисто пасхалка авторов. Там подкрученный бросок. Возможно, если подкрученный бросок, можно было бы скупить все кости игральные, которые делает там мастер. И просто, не знаю, наролять себе. Ну, чисто по фану. Ну, то есть, я понимаю, что это сложно сделать. Я понимаю, что, ну, как бы, это осознанный выбор авторов. Ну, условно говоря, чтобы убили там в этой перестрелке Тита или ту женщину, которая которая у них юристом, я и имена, это вот вещи очень совместимые. Вот, не помню, как ее зовут. Вот. Это было бы, блин, ну, для игрока, который... Да, Элизабет. Для игрока, который вживается в ситуацию, это было бы прям воу. То есть ты типа можешь подставить себя, не делая ничего. Или типа ты можешь попытаться не получить ранения, и ты это того, ну, как бы получаешь, ну, такой, условно говоря, груз ответственности за другого человека. То есть, понятное дело, что там Глен, или как его там, В перестрелке пострадал, то есть те пара патронов принадлежали Киму. Но это скорее случайная жертва по обстоятельствам, скажем так. Ну и будет интересно перепройти этот же момент, но с броней, типа подготовленный. Я, наверное, сделаю это как-нибудь. Не знаю, буду ли делать запись. В принципе, можно будет.
The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
Дотронуться. До нижней части тела. Я сперва это... До нижней челюсти прочитал. Было бы очень эпично. То есть ты узнаешь вот эту историю чувака, такой, типа, говоришь, вот, я бы без нижней челюсти не осилил. Кульминация, да, кульминация. Еще разгребать все это потом нам. Попробовать открыть глаза, что я вижу.
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
Как бы докопаться? До чего докопаться? До кого докопаться? Словил пулю, выполняя свой долг. Ничего так.
Yes, keep talking. Stay awake. Look at me.
До Самахи докопаться. Ну, увы, это... Докапывание с виш-листом не актуально. С чаем тоже не про каналы, как видишь. Так, не отключайся.
It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone, when suddenly you sense something behind him. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands.
Лау, Банжан 2008-го. Синенпиху хочу. Я тут увидел у чайного бунтаря такой, о, блин, классно. Ну там что-то каких-то невменяемых денег это стоит у него.
Scream immediately. He's gonna die.
Ох ты! Да, Синенпи. Я понимаю, что у Вани там еще что-нибудь есть. Может быть, как-нибудь. О, авторитет средний. Нет, Ким.
No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips, your eyes are full of fear. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
Самаха за Кима переживает больше, чем за главного персонажа. Провалиться что-нибудь.
One more door, baby. One more door.
Я теперь стану призраком?
Brother, you already were a ghost. Up there screaming along with all of them. Scaring each other. Haunting each other.
Лорен, я с тобой согласен, да.
It's the living who are ghosts. The dead are silent. They don't rattle windows or write letters in blood. The living do. Leave them behind. Rest.
Я хочу поиграть в какую-нибудь игру, где вот этот чувак озвучивает, блин, не знаю, больше половины игры. Какой смачный голос, Ну, я за Шен не переживаю, я его просто пью. Либо один, либо с другим. Не, ну это, блин, логично в финале-то. Так, нет, я хочу вернуться в бой.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling. Take the door.
В напарники... Куда? Кому? Но если это будет Тит или Классье, я не удивлюсь. Так что, ну, вот это повороты из этого не выйдет. Еще не удивлюсь тому чуваку на воротах. Там поворотище, ну окей.
He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours. Hurting. Moaning in his sleep. And rotting. And being disinfected. And smelling of drugs. And feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers. Thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call.
The engine of a Caprice Kinema.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Пока я не забыл мысль, может кто-нибудь глянуть актера озвучки, кто рептильный мозг озвучивал? Мне прям очень интересно. Я точно знаю, что он еще озвучивал одного из Носферату в игре Vampire the Masquerade. Вот, но что-то больше я как-то его, не знаю, не встречал. Да, узнаю комнату. Окошко вставили. И без меня. Ким?
Sunrise, Arabellon.
Я так понимаю, неуместный вопрос, потому что я так и не заставил его одеть ту самую куртку. Ладно. Так, подожди. Номер. Тут чисто.
Mr. Guard cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
Сколько я
2
прилетал?
days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse.
Ладно.
And drink water.
Я сильно ранен?
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome.
Меркурохромом, жизнь. Я смогу ходить?
We will see.
Ты ранен?
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me.
Так, из моего участка кто-нибудь заходил проведать?
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
Пу-пу-пу. Странно, нет? Майки Би Гудман. Поищу, спасибо, сама.
The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
Это один человек? Фига себе, как бы. Разбросик-то. Хорошо.
I'm sure they're worried about you.
No, they would be here if they were truly worried.
Нашли кумира. Так, лучше не перевозбуждаться, и так больно.
Sorry. He may have some idea, but he's not gonna get into it with you.
Я не могу сказать, что это прям кумир. Но голос шикарный. И то, как он им работает, прям... Ох, смак. Класс. Мне нравится. Ладно, встать. Встать, сесть, лечь, там, упасть в судорогах, не знаю.
Easy now.
А он же повешенный, красный галстук, спинной мозг. Повешенный, да. Да, похож.
How are you?
Ну все, оттанцевал свою диско.
Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Ефрейтор.
Ну, спасибо. Так, что там произошло?
What happened? You shot the major in the face. A firefight ensued.
Он мертв?
Yes.
Не рад,
As
конечно,
retaliation, their rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged.
Ну,
Then I
вернулся.
shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not survive.
Глен, да.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name.
Ну вот про галстук я не помню. Ну ладно. Так, Эжен?
Yes, he's still alive too.
Ладно.
You were bleeding out. You said something, I don't know what. And you warned me. I was able to disarm Officer DePaul before she got the jump on me.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened.
Ух ты. Он закурил. Окей, ладно. Сколько всего жертв со стороны профсоюза?
3. Glenn, Theo, Angus. The fat one, he took a lot of bullets. And Theo, he was just too old for combat.
Да, это правда. Так, остальные наемники, они мертвы?
Everhart had their bodies returned to Crenel for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate.
Почему?
Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know.
И? Ну, не все так уж плохо, с учетом
Oh
обстоятельств.
no, officer. It's pretty bad. 6 people are dead.
+1. Ruby.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornet did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
И что теперь?
I honestly don't know.
Но и я не
We
знаю.
can't talk to Everhart. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too.
Джойс уехала?
Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines. Or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
Так кто же убийца, Ким? Кто убил
I don't
повешенного?
know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
Его убил коммунизм. Так, по-прежнему есть вероятность, что стреляли
We should go
издалека.
upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
Так. Следы.
Yes, God cursed the footprints, not solving the case for us. Au diable.
Так. Растение, кто за ней
That's been there
подглядывал?
for years.
И ландыши, цветы. Вот
Every
это
piece of
помнишь?
garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to keep everything.
He's wrong.
Нет, Ким, в этом городе действительно весь мусор связан с нашим делом. Так, а вот все остальное пофиг. Знаешь, что я думаю о раскрытии
He arches his
преступления?
brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Супер просто, сложно, почти нереально. Раскрывать преступление
It
сложно.
really is very hard.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
Ты еще не готов? Так, не, просто промолчать.
Are you
тогда.
ready to limp?
Я готов.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did mention doing more ballistics. Also, it's just close enough to endure the walk.
Надо заглянуть в верхнюю комнату номера.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Что за белый этот?
Date of
мысли.
birth generator. You were born in the year 07, in the last year of the commune of Revachol, right before it fell, in the old military hospital on the ground floor, where people usually came to die during a snowstorm. The revolution had about 1 year left to go, and the fires were still burning bright. There were explosions in the blizzard. This was 44 years ago. You are 44 years old. The bloating might never leave your face, but beneath it, you still have some years. You still have some hope.
Физиология -1. Я думаю, такую мысль можно и забыть. Ну ладно. Пу-пу-пу-пу-пу. Так, окно заменили. Новое стекло сияет в лучах утреннего солнца. С улицы доносится шум машин, мир живет своей жизнью. Белая эмаль сияет чистотой, бутылок внутри нет. Дверь открыта, можно зайти в номер Кима. Проигрыватель стерео 8 вновь обрел свою правую колонку. Там только колонка. Да нет, вроде не светил я ему фонариком. Мне фонарик дали только это. Чуть позже. Так. Поговорить с
The
зеркалом.
bathroom mirror has been wiped completely.
Ничего не дает. Будильник заведен на 6:50. Капец. Убийца. В шкафчике лежат медикаменты и медицинские инструменты.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Самокритично. Спасибо, что продлил жизнь вот этой хреновине.
It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go.
А я не могу в эту дверь открыть. Капец. Зачем открывать вот эту дверь, если нельзя открыть ту? Чё, 52 по Цельсию? Переменная облачность. Ладно. Ох, нога болит. Возможно, если не бегать, будет не так больно. Окей. Похоже, она оставила что-то на столе.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift?
Кажется, она бывала в спешке.
It's hardly surprising.
Что это может быть за подарок?
I am not drawing my gun yet, but I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note. Just don't walk into another radio trap, okay?
Красная нитка, нейлоновая, ведет из номера на крышу. Нитка привязана к антенне. Это, видимо, траектория стрельбы.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman. Only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of
Так,
locations
ладно,
in
это уже
Martinez.
было. Куда
B,
ведет это
it
нет?
suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime. The island in the bay.
Откуда она знает, как это делается?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
Логично.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
Она таким образом просит
I
прощения.
find that hard to believe. But at this point, what difference does it make?
Так, она пытается сообщить нам, что стреляет с того
Unless she
островка.
thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the threat seems to point.
Кроме того, это единственная начальная точка, которую мы еще не
So it
исключили.
is.
For a second he seems tired.
Кажется, ты не испытываешь особого энтузиазма.
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything.
Может, нам стоит отправиться на остров?
The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there?
Так, я отправляюсь. Ты со мной?
Of course. I mean, how do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone.
Лилиан, рыбачка, она как раз смолила лодку.
Yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Самаха, насколько долго все это будет? Так, моргнуть. В смысле, если это примерно час-полтора, то окей.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
Мне нравится этот вариант. Здорово, спасибо, намного лучше.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway.
Вообще весьма смело с его стороны.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. Just felt I needed to specify that.
Куда все подевались?
Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
С мужчиной в очках. Ну ладно, что случилось с мужчиной в очках?
I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
Не могу не сказать, ты тоже присутствовал во время трибунала. Стоял
I
на
was.
балконе.
Yeah, that's because I'm a bad ass.
Да, короче, тебя только яйца.
Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking. And also, I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit if I die.
Что ж, ладно, спасибо.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
До свиданица. Не бегать. Наверное, не бегать. Ну что, подойдем ко всем по очереди еще.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his bear in welcome.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately. That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that. I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
Так. Блин, нет, просто молча пожать руку.
Now, how can I help you?
Сожалею о ваших
Theo
потерях.
was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Angus, he was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into. Trusted me. Still, the balls on that kid. Went down fighting for someone else's shit like a fat, angry bear. And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit.
Они были хорошими людьми. Мне жаль, что так вышло.
Yeah. Memento mori. Right.
Ага, точнее.
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking girl. Cause tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me over.
Ну, такое себе, ладно.
Or you might die of a heart failure or syphilis.
Hey, fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
Что теперь будет с парнями Харди?
I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy by busting some heads. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows and maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy boys.
He's right. The numbers are replaceable. In an organization of thousands of men, there are plenty who'd join.
Ну, давай спросим. Ты знаешь, что стало с Классие?
Don't know. Don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again.
He
Лады.
nods and takes another sip of whiskey.
То он пиво пьет, то виски. Ну ладно.
His clenched jaw says otherwise. If anything, it's another score for him to settle one day. It'll have to wait for now.
Что ж, пока, парни. Ведите себя прилично, чтобы мне не пришлось возвращаться.
Take care, coppers. You too look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice.
Copo loco. And normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Shamrock. Scars made the best tattoos, they say.
Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire, but you did.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacancies. You'd make one hardy boy, copper.
And Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. That man was born to lead.
Джим пригодился бы кто-нибудь вроде тебя, Тит. Подумай об
I
этом.
will, Capo. That's a promise.
Ух
Now
ты.
scoot, because the Hardy boys got some mourning and drinking to do.
Получил достижение героя Харди. Выпьем за социал-демократию.
Take it easy on the drink. The danger has not passed. This town needs you on your feet.
Good point, Beano Claude. We'll keep the vol under 12% tonight.
Оу. Скромненько тут это.
graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Scout.
Похоже, что здесь побывала Синди Череп.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Or some other hoodlum. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
Я чувствую запах
And
мазута.
blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
Что это вы задумали, пальцы?
You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way. Safer.
Предлагают накинуть пафоса. О, человек сидит.
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man? Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same.
А где Рене?
The prick is gone. I can barely believe it, but he's really gone.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow over his wrinkled face.
Нет, а где он?
Hell, most likely. He was an absolute Kent.
Что? Его что, убили на трибунале наемников?
Oh, he would have liked that. Violent lives ending violently. That's how he wanted to go. Sadly, it was not the case.
Он правда был настолько плохим?
I repeat, an absolute Kent. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. He was like an old viper. The only people who could stand to be around him were Jenny and me. She saw something in him when we were just kids, and she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful being in the world can love him, then there must be something worth holding on to.
Как он умер?
His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but he just had to prove how tough he is.
Wait, did he push himself to prove he can pull his weight and doesn't need handouts?
Guess he was about to head home, 'cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the Kuketu uniform I saw him in all the time. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him, 'cause he's gonna be buried without it.
Ты думаешь, наш разговор о работе его подтолкнул?
No, Rene was the most stubborn man in Revachol. Nothing you or I could say would ever push him to do anything. The man was completely immovable.
Что ж, приношу свои искренние соболезнования.
Yes, we are both very sorry for your loss.
It is what it is, part of life really. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone. I just don't know anymore. About anything really. But you must need something.
Ну, я как бы уже узнавал про ландыши. Ну, давай, типа, Жаль, что Рене больше нет. Я хотел спросить его о ландышах.
René wasn't really what you'd call a botanist, officer. And believe me, he didn't like Insulindian lilies.
Ну ладно.
That's their old name, dating back to the time of kings and crests, and all that other stuff he loved so much.
Так, почему он
There
их
were
не
many
любил?
reasons, but mostly it was the communards. I guess in the end, the Insulindian lilies were just another piece of the whole Insulinde. The royalists had to surrender to the Mazovian insurgents. It doesn't really matter anymore.
Да, на этом пока все. Так, я могу, да, отлично.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. What?
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Мне пристрелили ногу, это была та еще заварушка. Тебе бы
Is this from the
понравилось.
shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
You didn't only get shot.
От второй пули я уклонился. Я и такое умею.
Well, good for you.
У меня есть вопросы.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
Интересно, конечно. Нам нужно добраться до того острова.
That won't be a problem. Its wind's still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
А что на том острове? Неозвученная реплика, ладно.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
Так, ты сказала, что сама там не бывала. Кто был, если не ты?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Какие
The
дети?
twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Есть советы, как лучше подобраться к острову?
Most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Так, мы можем одолжить твою
If you
лодку?
promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. And no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
Внимательно слушайте,
The
кивок.
crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Так, спасибо. Значит, воспользуемся твоим еликом, чтобы добраться туда.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Увидимся. Так, поговорить с детьми.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Ладно, детишки, вы были на том острове, правда?
On that island?
Да, на этом. Мне нужно знать, что там находится.
Nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Gather the sticks for the fire and bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Не настоящие. Пустые пули.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
Погоди, ты имеешь в виду
I don't know
гильзы?
what those are.
Нет, чтобы показать. Ну ладно. А что
They're
потом?
lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Приходит пожарить.
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy. They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
На острове кто-нибудь живет?
No. Yes.
Так, да или нет?
Let's go with yes.
Почему он пожарит?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Почему он просит вас потушить огонь?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go.
Так. Тебе не стоит туда плыть, окей. Так, можете что-нибудь о нем рассказать? Возраст, он живет на острове.
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know. We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Так, ты говорил что-то про свет.
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
Хорошо. Так, ваш отец тоже бывал на этом острове, да?
Father killed himself.
О, как.
Don't say that. He didn't.
Ваш отец не убивал
I
себя.
don't know. Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you. Father isn't the fire guy.
The two things are unconnected. Your question didn't make sense.
Окей, это все, что вы можете рассказать. Может, знаете еще что-нибудь об этом острове?
There's
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Окей, ладно. Все так все. Пошкандыбали до лодки. Чё, 2 навыка, отправляйтесь на остров. Ну и все.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Так, сесть в ялик и отправиться на остров. Пиратского прикида у меня нет, а вот это... Кимоно было. Кимоно, шапка вьетнамка. Вот это было бы, конечно, супер эпично. Броню на всякий случай, я думаю, что это уже не нужно. Ладно. Да здесь все в целом только статы дает. Ладно. Ну, это, Антон, Тоха, того этого, что мешает-то? Так, пока тут плывется 5 ачивок, 5 достижений за одно прохождение. Ну, в целом. Есть одно на 6,8%. Вопрос, что качать? Вопрос, что качать?
boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Let's go.
Ну вот, да, с Самахой я тут соглашусь. Вообще, если вот так задуматься, коп суперзвезда. Ну, внутренняя империя, да, внушение, драма и концептуализация. Раз, два, три, 4 стата. Координация, эквилибристика в целом тоже зайдет. Можно трепет и сумрак. Внутреннюю империю на самом деле я бы не это. То есть вот трепет или сумрак гораздо интереснее в этом плане бы смотрелись. Если как концепт коп суперзвезда. Самообладание. Вот, самообладание прям хороший. Но это все, понимаешь, прям сильно из разных штук. То есть, либо все усредняешь, либо... Ну, драма, концептуализация. Тут вопрос, что хочешь. Более физичного, тогда можно вот как раз сделать упор на там координацию, эквилибристику, самообладание. Вот. Вот трепет сумрак мне нравится больше, как концептуально, скажем так. Так, что там? Ржавая цепь тянется куда-то в океан.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Так, она тянется до склада на краю земли.
Yes, so it seems.
Для чего, по-твоему, это
For
использовали?
bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, locking off that side of the bay.
Кому пригодится?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Логично. Импровизированный мост. Бомбежка была достаточно сильной, чтобы разрушить фундамент. Эти шины просто разваливаются на куски. Им лет 50, не меньше. Я же здесь все равно походить не могу, да? Там все ограничено. Так, на самом деле это того. Чай дает о себе знать. Я сделаю небольшую паузу. Вот. Того этого не теряйте. Я быстренько. Возвращаемся. Осторожно, огнеопасно. В воздухе стойкий запах мазута. Из бочки вытекло немного топлива, черное, вязкое. Там, по-моему, у меня где-то что-то было, нет? Помятая канистра из-под топлива. А, она пустая. Ну и ладно. Я думал, оно там с чем-то содержимым. Надпись на бочке. ОГМ. На бочке нарисована звезда с мелкими пятнышками. Здесь не подняться, лестница сломана. Так, и отсюда я туда пройти не могу. Что?
ICN. This feels familiar somehow.
ОГМ. Ким, что такое ОГМ?
Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army, the black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
Звучит очень похоже на RGM.
It does.
Почему?
The RCM may descend from the ICM. It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. A mediocre athlete would pant from dragging around his body on a busted crutch. But not you. You're thinking about politics with blood dripping down your thigh.
Так как-то без разницы. Дыши
This is
ровнее.
better preserved than the others. You can still read the sign.
Белая звезда?
An upside down star.
Перевернутая звезда.
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune.
Эти точки
No,
тоже звезды?
that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
Эта штука выглядит довольно древней. Что она до сих пор здесь делает?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Okay. Когда-то здесь располагалось орудие. Здесь были установлены две пушки средней дальности, большого калибра. Ох, сколько тут всего-то, а? Осторожно, лестница обрушилась. Это вот сюда все-таки.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Куда ведут эти кабели?
Downstairs, somewhere.
Что это за генератор?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
Постучать по боку машины.
The hollow ring, the canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
Окей, пока уйти. Книги в основном фантастика и исторические романы. Немного не тот набор, что был у Руби. Тарелки, испачканные соусом и сажей. Кухня выживальщика. На сломанном дальномере расставлены свечи. Побитое молью одеяло защищает от ветра.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Посмотреть, что за книги.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures. Popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Концептуализация 15 надо. 5. Еще парочку я смогу собрать одежды. Ладно, пока оставлю.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft-cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
Все указывает на то, что здесь кто-то жил.
Force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Ну, сейчас
Yes,
не время.
anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
Да нет, можно будет прилечь, но чуточку позже. Когда осмотрю все. О, футболка, стреломет от фаун, координация +1. Шарфик, эмпатия +2, самообладание -1. Окей. Так, здесь понятно. Отдохните в наблюдательной вышке. Это огромная взрывозащитная дверь, весит должно быть больше 10 тонн. С нее отваливается ржавчина. Так. Расходнички. Люк заклинило.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
Побежать пальцами по
The keys
клавиатуре.
rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
Это тогда
The
что?
console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out. Determine it here.
Зачем нужна эта панель управления?
Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. Sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
Сдвинуть регулятор
The
радио.
dial slides under the glass. Silently, you make out defunct stations on the UKV frequency. The words, Feld Insula, are written on the band.
Insular. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe, used for military communications.
Нажать свет.
Nothing happens.
Ну, да, это понятно, как бы. Что? Ступенька. Интересно, конечно, ладно. Что ж. Стой, стой. Где-то внизу далеко шумит вода. Понятно. Тогда я, пожалуй, все же отдохну. Концептуализация.
The greasy old.
The offer still stands.
The bed is quite inviting, all things
Может,
considered.
прикорну немного.
It's much
На
warmer.
часок.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near healed.
Поджать колени к
The
груди.
blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close until
Вдруг
you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening. Sleep.
Лейтенанта здесь нет. Поищи снаружи на пляже. Дверь все еще здесь, закрыта. Это потому что кажется... Это почему-то кажется странным. Войти невозможно. Спуститесь к цепи, там что-то есть. Какой цепи? Вон. Войди в воду, давай. На воде видны ее следы. Дальше. Ну, Да-да-да. С причала рыбачил кто-то там.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Off to advise the Queen of Shest, most likely. This is the holy suzerain of Mwindi and Insulinda. Definitely not your wife. You need to talk to her. Think of the historical knowledge you could glean. I don't know, man. What is the holy suzerain doing here? Something seems off.
Что-то не
I'm
так.
sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
Можешь задержаться на минутку? Нам надо поговорить. Надо устроить последнюю мощную грандиозную ссору.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. We don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us, our love, our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Ravachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
Я купил тебе эту фигурку всадника Фалм без головы.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
Странно, конечно. Ладно, так.
Please don't give me any gifts.
Нет, давай все-таки. Так, я думал, ты любишь фигурки, я думал, что фигурки нужны, чтобы тебя вернуть.
That's not what figurines do, Harry.
Но тогда выходит, что фигурки ни для чего не нужны.
She looks at the headless found rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say. The figurines don't do anything? Anything at all. But I thought the historic figure she had.
Ей нравились военные игры, миниатюры?
Yes, I thought it would be good.
Так. Может, игральные кости? Гляди, в том месте мне сделали особые кости. В проклятой торговой зоне.
Harry, I don't want things. I want to go to the aerodrome.
Хорошо, тогда больше никаких вещей предлагать тебе не буду.
It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked the headless fallen rider back then.
Но в этом так. Ну, внушение как бы в минус, прокинуть десятку. Но в этом нет совсем ничего хорошего. И все?
That's it, yes. We've talked about it a million times. You will get over it, just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
We're in hell. Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
У меня никак не получается все оставить
It just
позади.
takes some time. For you, I think it will take something like 20 years, maybe? It was hard for me too, you know? I used to think I couldn't live without you. But I can.
Все не обязательно должно быть так. Может, попробуем еще
No,
раз?
Harry, we can't.
А что?
We already tried again, and it didn't work.
Is that how it is now? We should just try all good things twice and then give up. By that logic. Not you too.
Что ж, ладно. Хорошо, я не буду больше просить.
She does not seem relieved at all. Glances over her shoulder, then at you. The neon sign of the video rental glows behind her.
Ну, не уходи.
No, don't say it. Don't beg. It will only make her go.
Список вопросов. Ну, ладно. Погоди, да, у меня есть другие вопросы. Где мой список?
Yes, somewhere hidden among the options popping up in your nervous system is the right one. That will make her love you again and not go to the aerodrome at all.
Что
Nothing.
теперь?
I have to go. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
Погоди, что ты будешь делать в Мирове?
Light, life, culture. It's so much better than here. Everything here reminds me of you and the horrible times we had. The nights we stayed up fighting for our dying love. I have to wipe it all off me and be clean again. I want to be a good person again. Not this. Not what you made me into.
Но я поклялся, что никогда не отпущу тебя. Ты сама сказала, ты просила, чтобы было так.
That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
Мы с тобой еще
I
увидимся.
won't see you, but you will see me. Oh,
Как это?
Harry, this is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
Как же тогда я увижу тебя
Right
снова?
here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young, and I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum, like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness, after leaving you the first time, so long ago.
Я вспомнил, да. Я вспомнил про жвачку. Но это просто
Oh, yes.
невыносимо.
This is real darkness. It's not death or war, or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
Давай уже раскроем это гребаное
Are you
дело.
sure you're okay? You thrashed around and you bolted up, half covered in blood from your wound.
Так, проглотить кровь и закончить разговор. Причешем этот остров сантиметр за сантиметром. Это наша следующая задача. Даже заданий никаких нет. Что с дверью?
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
Как ее открыть?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
Ты прав, откроем большую. Ты видишь где-нибудь элементы управления?
Yeah, on the console just southeast of here. Remember? Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
Так, а что за
Another
ней?
part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
Окей. Так. Давай я еще пройдусь по пляжу. Я так понимаю, надо просто залить топливо и потыкать кнопочки. Амбразуры заглянуть внутрь не получается. Такой крупный кусок откололся, должно быть прямое попадание. Так, на ту сторону я спуститься не могу. Издалека доносятся гудки грузовых судов. Сигналы эхом отражаются от воды. Эй. Тростник странно колышется. Нет, показалось. А может, все-таки странно? Вдруг все это криптиды? Лед трещит у тебя под ногами. Осторожно, не провались в воду. Тогда не шляться по ломающемуся льду. Кстати, это того, может в этом году успею зацепить ледоход у нас на речке. Переправу закрыли буквально пару дней назад, получается. Но льда еще достаточно. Недельку-другую предстоит. Лебедка сломана, ржавчина разъела остатки цепи.
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in. In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
Но там
Yes,
холодно.
cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth. Yes, 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 yes. No. We're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
Покачай головой. Так. Все, здесь больше никуда не зайти. Как-то не густо. О, здесь есть еще. Так, ты вздрагиваешь от сильной боли в паху. Идем дальше. Ладно. Можно заглянуть внутрь крепости. Отсюда видно панель управления и взрывозащитную дверь. На побережье уже давно нет такого склада, с которым прибыла эта цепь. Ладно. Потертая артиллерийская карта с координатами в заливе Ривашоля. Старый аптечный шкафчик, недавно пополненный дурамином. Недавно? Окей. У нас есть расходники.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Осмотреть
There's
стену.
a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Сперва потрогать.
Quite old and grimy, from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Посмотреть сквозь дыру в стене.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
Слева.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
Справа.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
А в центре?
The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop. Sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Я не уверен на 100%, но...
What? Do you have a line of sight to the window?
What are you talking about? Can't be certain. It's certain.
Да, в просвете между домом 33А и домом 10 видно
I
крышу.
can see it. Through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against a cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Не хочу
I think we have
хвастаться.
it. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
Лучше поздно, чем никогда.
Nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
7 человек погибли. Мы бы могли это
Don't
предотвратить.
beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk. We will make up for it. Here, I feel it.
Может ли стрелок все еще быть здесь?
Where?
На острове?
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says, he feels uncomfortable suddenly.
We should move now.
A
Смотреть
single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Вытащить окурок из
The
банки.
silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter, the brand Tio Moteri. Contemporary Revacholians prefer Druan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Tio Moteri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar.
Тиумутири, прямо как наша находка на краю земли, помнишь?
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Ну и канистра с топливом. Так, что там? Ого, 3 навыка, елки-палки. И куда их вкидывать? И зачем их вкидывать? Кстати, раз сейчас будем разбираться, давай вот так я сделаю. Партия, координация. Что мне там драма? Ну, можно. Так, залить топливо. Ну концептуализацию можно покидать. Ну давай сейчас топливо залью.
This old cylindrical generator waits with its fuel. The lieutenant assists you, holding the cap. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Окей, должно сработать. Так, концептуализация. Что-то было. Ой, еще и вот так. На каком? На 7. Ну, в целом можно попробовать. Готов кинуть еще один-два.
Serialized fantastique and detective stories, animal adventures, a magazine for electrical engineering, and an international thriller. Also, light erotica and some historical novels. Not that you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than that, you can't say. The print in some of these is pretty small, though. This person has good eyesight.
Ну, есть куда расти. Давай еще разок.
Soft covers, serialized fantastique, and detective story. Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory. That is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly like reading.
Тим, смотри, книга с левыми идеями, даже не знаю, что сказать.
Yeah. Humanitarian sciences stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West anymore.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Wasn't there some in the communist students' room?
Кажется, у студента из многоквартирного дома тоже такие были.
Yes, that one student did.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
Так, книги с критической теорией. Как думаешь, о чем это говорит?
They have some education and a certain set of interests.
Interesting.
Ну, на этом можно закончить. Так, какой у меня там список параметров внушения, эквилибристика? Так, техника остается. Драма. Нет, там что-то было. Вот, координация. Полицейская волна, анализ, ну и пойдет.
A dim golden glow animates the console.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot.
Повернуть аварийное открывание.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
Да.
A sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl.
After you.
Что там? Ну, пойдем. Ладно. Как говорится, уговорили. Но выход только сюда. Стой. Повсюду видны небольшие белые цветочки. Интересно. Резиновая лодка сдута и порвана.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp.
Серьезно? И вот это поворот. Капец, конечно. Ладно. Это ты, пожарник?
What now? I can't hear you.
Не ты недавно сказал двум ребятишкам погасить костер, двум близнецам?
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
Отлично у тебя
It's
пушка.
not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Это Бельмаграф?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Signal commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
Коммуна Синьяно.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the board.
Так, глаз у тебя по-прежнему острый.
Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
A shudder of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless.
Я из полиции. Оружие можешь оставить, только держи его опущенным. Никаких фокусов.
No. Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
Ничего не говорит.
The old man pulls back the hood of his plastic cape and looks up into the sky.
Для чего ты использовал эту винтовку?
No reply. His leg twitches. You went in too fast, over eager.
Эти слова. Будущее учит быть одиноким.
Real music. It's La Revacholière, you shit-licking bougie dog. Chanson de soldat of the black and whites.
You need to address that remark.
Так, я не буржуйский пес. Я полумертвый офицер полиции, просто выполняю свою работу.
The job of a bougie dog. You don't understand anything.
Ты кто?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Ты живешь на этом острове 43 года?
No. I've been on other islands too. I was an resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Так ты солдат армии коммунистов.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
Но ты говорил, что прошел подготовку и тебя отправили в отряд обороны.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
Получается, что ты подготовленный коммунист, так?
He nods slowly, then another tremor.
Промолчать. Ты сказал, что оставил свое
I was
подразделение.
just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too. You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took
Для чего?
for reaction to take hold.
Включилось. Что такое
Petty
реакция?
bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
И когда именно это
May the
случилось?
13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Черная, но скорее темная магия.
The
Ну ладно.
combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
Ни в какой штаб ты не пошел.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring,
Что это такое было?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Видел,
The
что...
mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know
что?
that the bourgeois are not human.
Промолчать и дать ему договорить.
I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
То есть ты скрывался здесь целых 43 года.
43 years and 10 months.
Это безумие.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic in dark red government marked heavy fuel oil. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west, the fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting.
Чего?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution.
Ну давай, да, в тематике будет. Все женщины предательницы.
Women are more susceptible to bourgeois morals. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
Так, у меня к тебе еще один серьезный вопрос.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
Так, поднять лежащий на песке
His
оружие.
gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times.
Изучить
The rifle's
внимательнее.
in a shabby state. like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangon, 4.46 mm, made in Elysium.
Так, винтовку несколько раз ремонтировали и
I
модифицировали.
wonder how old it is.
The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him.
Все верно, это триангон, сделано в
Worn,
Синья.
personalized even. Looks like this weapon has seen a lot of use, hasn't it, sir?
No response from the old man. The plastic cape around his shoulders rustles in a small bout of wind.
Так, винтовка под гильзовые патроны калибра 4,46.
Jacketed, military-grade ammunition. Stable in flight. Good for hitting something that's very, very far away.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. Some kind of involuntary response? Something is slightly off with his motorics. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
Спрашиваю еще раз, для чего ты использовал эту винтовку?
What have I used it for? I've used it for killing people.
Here we go. A trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Okay. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But
Ну что?
this is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot. The solution. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first.
То есть ты хочешь сказать, что продолжал убивать людей после того, как закончились бои?
What did I just say?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
Ты убивал кого-нибудь из этой винтовки в последние пару
I
недель?
don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
Так что мне сказать?
Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you.
Ладно. Ты использовал это оружие для убийства полковника, сотрудника охранного агентства Кринель.
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
Позади танцев трепье, на дереве висит тело человека в керамической броне. Это ты его застрелил.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
Так, мне не требуется у тебя сотрудничество, у меня есть вот это.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun, not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those, jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
Ну да, ладно.
Imbecile.
Блин, серьезно. Ладно, мы провели баллистическую экспертизу. Выстрел был произведен с этого
I
угла.
saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like that?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part. Just one thing remains unclear. The rifle does not seem to have a scope.
Так, ты сказал Фасков, ты признаешь, что убил его?
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
Ладно, блин, что же я мог забыть?
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
О,
There
да,
were Maybells
точно,
in the
ладно.
grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up. Yes,
Oh.
ouch. So good, it hurts. Those were not modern prints. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal.
Интересно, какой маркер у тебя обувь?
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Doras.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is called Sensory. You see their V-shaped logo, but can't make out the size. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern souls you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the soul.
Погоди, все может быть гораздо проще.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Ты мог переобуться. Это вовсе не означает, что ты не обшаривал окрестности рядом с номером, в котором погибла жертва.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. You've almost got him. Just the last little push.
Так, за окном у жертвы были ландыши. Показать
Damn
цветок.
Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them. So many this year too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
Нигде во всем Мартинезе их нет, только здесь.
They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May before they ruined it. The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
Так, молодая женщина Классия говорит тебе о чем-то это имя. Эти засохшие цветы я нашел у нее под окном.
Classier.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
Так. Ты ее знаешь, так ведь? Она состояла в отношениях с жертвой, с наемником.
With the victim.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
Он тоже был солдатом и человеком.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Значит, ты его застрелил?
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling. While the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Просто кивнул.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
А потом?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Почему ты наблюдал за ними той ночью?
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
Helps him see all the shit.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Если ты видишь какое-то
Then
дерьмо.
you pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
Видел еще что-нибудь, что тебе не нравилось?
Tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar put of hatred.
А поподробнее?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
Как так?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Господина Клэра?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Дать ему закончить.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. Intense, like animals, like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
Это все?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Koyamorang, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead.
Просто кивнуть.
We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores...
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There was something about the statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating.
Да. У меня даже особого желания нету вот это вот все обсуждать с ним, поэтому. Так, рад, что мы это обсудили. Теперь Иосиф Лилианович Дрозд. Вы арестованы за убийство Элиса
Is what you plan to say. Before you can get past, you're under. The lieutenant interrupts you.
Officer, are we sure? We could maybe get more.
Что-то еще? А нужно что-то еще? Ладно, давай. Что там? Кстати, да. Что именно тебе не понравилось из увиденного в ночь убийства?
Them fucking. I didn't like that.
То есть ты приревновал?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't...
This man has seen past her, like you did. The caliber of bullet he used does not do that kind of damage.
Так, как долго ты наблюдал за ней?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have a skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
Что она, по-твоему, там спрятала?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
Она рассказала нам про тайник в быке. Ты его осмотрел.
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
Ты уверен? Мы проверяли тайник, внутри ничего не было.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
A strange confusion comes over him from time to time. Some kind of aberration of the nervous system.
Двигаемся дальше. После этого ты продолжил следить за ней.
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises, you can't make that out in a scope.
Ты смог разглядеть ее синяки через оптический прицел?
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
Откуда он в таких подробностях знает о ее теле?
It quickly comes to you.
Ты случайно рассмотрел их не... ты случайно рассмотрел их не через дыру в стене?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip-point knife.
Ты когда-нибудь видел ее через окно на крыше?
Like that, too? Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
Так, ты бывал в секретном проходе позади танцев в тряпье. Это были твои следы. Ты просто переобувался.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
И там тоже.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you, One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in the hostel now after a good wash. They all think I'm an antisocial, a vagrant. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty then.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
У тебя были чувства к этой женщине?
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
Поэтому ты оставил высохшие цветы под ее окном.
No.
Тогда почему?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
Когда это было?
The day after I killed him.
И ты принес ей ландыши.
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
Просто промолчать.
Neither does he. He lowers his head, like a sunflower on a withered stalk. In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
Итак, получается, что дело было вовсе не в нем, а в ней.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
Сбежала, но помогла нам найти это место. Она поняла, что из крепости за ней кто-то наблюдает.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
He knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring it out, day by day, cigarette by cigarette. The old man has fallen silent, staring at your feet. The burnt logs in the fire are moist from the sea air.
Ну, теперь все.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
The sum of all the erratic movements, fidgeting, and mood swings he's been exhibiting.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Ким ему страшно.
I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Восприятие, слух. А сколько мне надо? 14 есть 5. 9. Ну, попробую.
There it is again, to your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other, but then, in the middle of it,
что?
something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Ким, ты слышишь?
What? What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Your skin crawls.
О, криптиды существуют.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
А вот это поворот, мне он нравится. Прям. Забавно. Что это такое?
What are you talking about?
Об огромном
There's
палочнике.
nothing there.
Самах, ты его тоже встречал?
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head.
Понятно.
You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
Так, нет, есть, я же вижу.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Кем ты это
I can
видишь?
see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Я могу с ним поговорить. Ну ладно. Почему бы и нет?
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Внимательно прислушаться. Ну ладно, осторожно приблизиться.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it, your chemicals.
Да, было такое.
Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Шепотом. Ладно, Кем, фотографируй.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant. Hypnotized by the flash, it stands frozen before you.
I got it.
Давай, да, медленно протянуть руку и дотронуться до усика
The
существа.
antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Посмотреть на
You were
палец.
right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
Наверное, я предпочту на этом закончить, поэтому получилось
A shudder
отступить.
pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life,
Oh.
like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Ну, допустим, да. Здравствуй, меня зовут Гарри, я не очень-то знаю, кто я
No
такой.
reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Но нет, отстраниться.
The invertebrate
Спасибо.
stops, raising its scythe-like arms and tilting its tiny head,
О,
formed
внутренняя
from the
империя.
fused plates around its mouth. For a second,
скажи,
the
что ты
effigy is
делаешь?
frozen. Then it
Я тоже
Tell me what
существую.
it's like for you.
Что произойдет, если я
Then I
расскажу?
will tell you what it's like for me.
Для меня это будет полыхающее пламя.
Fire? Where? I do
Внутри.
not have fire inside me. In me, there is not even blood, but lymph, like sap from a one palm. Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
Знатное глючило. Что ее
Shapes
прерывает?
of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul. And if I did, it would never burn.
Я рад, что я таков, какой я есть. Необычен Необычайно чувствительный инструмент.
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you. With all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation. Even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
Сначала было страшно и непонятно, но теперь я собрался.
That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects will be looking on, rooting for you. And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
Что-то такое.
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulindian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash cans and boys.
It may have unknown, dangerous biochemical characteristics that help it maintain its camouflage.
No one unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Samanese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the cities in Malaysia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
Приветствую. Так. Ты ядовитый?
I do not have a starter display, so I use a neurodegenerative element to aid in camouflage. Do not worry. It is only destructive over long periods of time.
The deserter. He's been here for a long time.
Так. Откуда оно берется? Все это, вот это все, что нас окружает, мир.
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
Тогда остается лишь колотить по нему кулаками день за днем, без надежды на ответ.
If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or read.
Wait, so...
То есть ты выглядишь как тростник и ешь тростник?
Yes, they don't mind.
Это слишком деликатно.
Yes, of course. The 3 meters tall stick insect would be offended.
Yes,
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect? He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration.
Ты разрушаешь его?
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
Это сон? Что происходит?
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Что ж, пришло время прощаться. У меня больше нет мыслей. Закончились.
There is one more.
Из всех существ, что я встречал, ты самая добрая.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman. Turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. For all mankind.
Я
She was
постараюсь.
held on Earth. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Попятиться и
As you're
уйти.
turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface. And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
Что там такое в
Looks
тысячнике?
like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
Она умеет ходить по воде.
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only I've never seen anything like that in my life.
И что теперь?
What now?
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Самаха. Я это нашел.
Brother, you've managed to collect all the armor pieces. Too bad it's too late for the big showdown.
Так. По крайней мере, моя страсть к коллекционированию удовлетворена.
Indeed, you found it all. Now your mortal coil is completely protected. Few cops are this futuristic.
По крайней мере, теперь я действительно неуязвим. Так, а здесь паспорт классе. Ну и все, собственно, на этом. Прицел, винтовка.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Classia's hidden documents from the MT boy.
Здесь сказано Катажина Аласия.
She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Katarzyna Alazia was supposed to be her real name, where Klasia comes from. Remember? God damn it. I told you she kept lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now, in another city.
Может, это ее настоящий паспорт, не поддельный, потому что это ее
No,
настоящий.
she lied to us. Her so-called real name was not her real name. Somehow she's managed to lie to us about that too.
It's Klasia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow.
Как же ее зовут на
I
самом
don't
деле?
know, but it's not Katarzyna Alasia or Klasia, or perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
Закончить с этим. Что дает сумрак? Ну, тоже неплохо, наверное. Ну все.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Послушай, как ты можешь его не видеть?
Mr. Dras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking.
Помахать рукой у него перед лицом.
A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
Так, мы кое-что нашли в гнезде
He stares into the
Фазмида.
reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should.
Показать оптический прицел.
I lost.
Ты потерял
He
его?
turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dras. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh.
Пока
The
отдыхай.
plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal. The strength has all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers and a windbreaker.
Что на него
Old
нашло?
age and shock.
Думаю, виноват Фазмид.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
Так, возможно, Фазмид воздействовал на него на гормональном
You
уровне.
mean pheromonal?
Кажется, порой слишком похотливым для
The
своего
scope,
возраста.
knowing of her bruises, his disposition toward Miss Orania. I see what you mean.
Так, я говорил с Фазмидом, он сказал, что разрушает старика.
You should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Может быть, в любом случае, единственная цель Фазмида — остаться незамеченным, а деградация — лишь побочный
A
эффект.
valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, detective.
Он провел здесь очень много времени. Кто знает, как долго Фазмид был рядом.
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him, like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
No one would believe you without it.
Давай, держи.
We should think about getting back to the mainland, to get help. He'll be safe here, if we don't take too long.
Что-то это все растягивается уже насильно долго. Ну ладно.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
Что это за шорох?
The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away, 102, 105.
А под этим шорохом?
On the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other. Like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work. Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless.
Капец, конечно. Это, видимо, плюсы на обнаружение фазмида. Так, а за этой тишиной...
A sound impatient to happen, but not yet in this world.
Все, открыть глаза и перестать прислушиваться. Ага, это тот проход. Окей.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Вернемся на большую землю.
We are done here.
Финальный диалог. Я надеюсь, он не на полтора часа будет.
The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. Two men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
И где они?
Look what the tide brought him. I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it. Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
Броня, кажется, она никого не смущает.
Oh, really? They don't seem bothered by it? That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton.
Да, я коп в чертовом экзоскелете.
Actually, are you? Are you still a cop? There's so much disco going on, it's hard to tell.
Vic, calm down.
Так, погоди-ка, ты человек в темных очках.
That's right. And you're some kind of murder machine.
И кто вы такие?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstam. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic Quemar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Все, я сообразил.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi, Precinct 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Спасибо,
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trant, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets. Shit kid. What an interesting moniker.
Ты говорил что-то о
Yeah,
спецотряде?
Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Так. Нафиг мне это знать? Ладно, напомни-ка мне, кто еще в нем состоит.
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Tron fucking Heidelstown, and Guillaume baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Чем это
Do.
подразделение
It's a Major
занимается?
Crimes Unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
The 41st isn't...
И где вы были все это время? Вы пропустили трибунал
God
наемников.
damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
И почему же вы бросили божественного
You
полицейского?
were crying hysterically. You were drunk, breaking things, being emotionally abusive. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss. So we fucked off. Like you told us to.
Откуда вы узнали, где меня
The
искать?
cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
Понимаю, Гард вам сказал.
And the people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk.
Ничего такого не
The bells aren't ringing because
припоминаю.
you have brain damage. Detective God. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, e-solar, pound, and so on.
As displayed in a station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Со мной случилось нечто настолько печальное, что я не мог оставаться с собой. Это была защитная реакция.
Psychotraumatic amnesia, Trant? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. Always has been. Who isn't? I know I am. But I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets. That doesn't happen. You're lying, or insane, or both.
But Detective Geimer, he has blanked out before. Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Что теперь?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Серьезно?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
Напился и утопил ее в океане.
So refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Вот
In a
удостоверение.
rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Ну, давай координации поймать.
Not today, badge.
Обойдемся без драматизма. Вот удостоверение. Все в порядке.
As if having your badge and gun are natural states. What is it with all these material objects?
Вот этот, по-моему. Пистолет со мной.
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
То есть то, что я нашел свой пистолет, не имеет никакого
You were
значения?
never supposed to lose it in the first place. Not lost is your gun's natural state, you drunk bum.
Ну, не то, чтобы я его терял, но он при
We're not
мне.
talking about the fucking gun anymore. We're talking about the vaporized cloud of ethanol coming from your mouth.
Я не пьян, я все еще
So
завязан.
you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
Неделька выдалась та еще. Мне жаль, что от меня так плохо пахнет.
Bit of a week? You're drunk, and you let a suspect escape, a certain Clasier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Так, отказаться от ее ареста было правильным решением. Она поделилась важнейшей уликой, которая привела нас на остров.
If she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, the one who shot herself in the head. Or the fact that you're ever Claire's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 6 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired unvetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals. He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Еще раскрыли дело. Оно раскрыто целиком и
Detective,
полностью.
it's better if I do that.
It's so much better if he does this. A million times better.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the boring cop issue. Despite all the obvious and almost grotesque mannerisms and sartorial choices, he still insists he isn't characteristic enough. It's just strange, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a true blue moralist, a man of the center, not prone to political outbursts, which is commendable, but also at odds with his behavior. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I have seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him anything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped working on the case. He is tireless, madly driven. And he solved it, near perfectly. In 1 week we have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator. Locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
Не 50, а 43. Ну, да не важно.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Detective?
По моему мнению, феромоны, которые выделяет это существо, вызвали психическую деградацию убийцы.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Так, убийца Дрос, мы знаем, что у него серьезный мотив.
Revolutionary matronym.
Матроним времен революции.
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms: Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian, his Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you...
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
Он убил наемника из ревности.
Jealousy. I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation. Aggravated, possibly, by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason. Said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have a sniper's nest with full view of the room in which the mercenary died, right on the island, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that.
Я сделал все, что мог. Каждый шаг давался с
I've
трудом.
never doubted you can pull yourself together and work. In bouts. Bouts don't last. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something.
Точнее, идею.
It will pass in time.
Так, еще я нашел труп на пирсе, раскрыл дело о пропавшем человеке.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
Откуда вы узнали, что я его
The
нашел?
body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
Но, кстати, не удивлюсь, что идея взята из реального случая.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
Но все остальное я упоминать не хочу. Так, ну что, хочешь, чтобы эта горячая штучка вернулась?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to, Jude.
Да, как
Anything
бы...
that ends the trial is okay with me.
Если в истории покопаться, то я думаю, таких случаев будет достаточно много, так что...
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Блин, ладно. Погоди, прежде чем мы пойдем, я хочу задать несколько вопросов о том, кто я такой.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Почему я
It's not a
такой?
mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Что за цифра?
Dora something. Dora England. Yeah, you mentioned the name.
Not Dora Dubois.
То есть мы даже не были женаты?
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
Когда это
God,
было?
I don't know. 6 years ago, she was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
6
Yeah,
лет.
or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora England really tore you a new one. A big one.
Кем она была?
Incredibly bangable.
Нет, я имею в виду, чем она
She was
занималась.
incredibly fuckable. A beautiful bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Pain Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
Окей, так. Фазмит, я должен как можно скорее рассказать о нем Лене.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock. Remember?
Криптозоолог живет в Джемроке. Она рассказала мне про Фазмида.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
Watch out or she'll faint.
Так, лейтенант Кицураги, что теперь будешь делать ты?
First I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
С капитаном? О чем?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Не хочешь заняться всем этим в 41-м участке?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of 2 captains with my doom-mongering.
Нет, в смысле перевестись в 41-й участок.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. And crazy enough. can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? Your lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
Только что получил достижение. С нами... Сейчас... С нами детектив Ким Кацураги. Кицураги. Сливки 57-го.
He's really considering it.
Я готов.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Torsen? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nix Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Ptolemy Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in the office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the RCM. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minot? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Ну, что ж. Как я понимаю, на этом финал и все заканчивается. Уху. Наверное, второй супер долгий стрим. Ну, на моем канале это первый. 5,5 часов. Жуть, на самом деле. Знал бы, что затянется, разделил бы на 2, но получилось как получилось. Я бы мог сделать какой-нибудь, как это правильно называется, ну вот, опять слово забыл. В общем, выдать какое-то свое мнение, но я сейчас весьма уставший на самом деле, и просто не в состоянии. Вот, да, вот. Это самое слово Самах. Ты прав. Вот. Ну, во-первых, это затянется еще на необозримое количество времени. И я, на самом деле, достаточно устал, уже практически 3 часа ночи. И морально не готов к этому всему. Так что на сегодня на этом заканчиваем. Достаточно классная игра пройдена. Местами было душно, местами было сильно линейно, но в целом это достаточно интересный опыт. Вполне себе можно пройти какими-то отдельными моментами, но вряд ли я лично буду все это перепроходить, даже хоть насколько-нибудь вменяемо. Я не уверен, что там после титров что-либо будет, но и завершать прямо на середине титров тоже не хотелось бы. Титры, к сожалению, не ускоряются и не пропускаются. О, кстати, вот Майк Ви Гудман, фига у него там действительно это... Куча ролей отыграна была. Что ж... Ну, собственно, как я уже сказал, большое спасибо за компанию. Игра пройдена. Я не уверен, что я хочу как-то отдельно выносить рефлексию. Может быть, сделаю отдельным постиком в Телеграме. Давайте ссылочку кину. Вот так вот. В общем, на Телеграм подписывайтесь. Я подумаю, чем заняться завтра. Вот. На следующей неделе, скорее всего, полностью посвящу стримам Dead Cells. Это будет, так сказать, завершающая партия по Dead Cells. Игрушка хоть интересная, но для меня это уже как бы 3-4 условно прохождение. Я не про Disco Elysium, я про Dead Cells, еще одну игру, которую стримлю. Вот. Ну, а там, опять же таки, в Телеграме выложу, там, сделаю подборочку игр, выложу голосование. Получается, следующие выходные Dead Cells, и через выходные будет перерыв, есть дела, на которые я отвлекусь и буду вне доступа к компьютеру. Вот. Ну и там что-нибудь выберем, что-нибудь еще поиграем. Собственно, вот такие вот планы. Ждем завершения титров и вместе с этим заканчиваем стрим. Было долго, скорее нудно и, честно говоря, не так уж и интересно. Фазмид в зачете. Не зря искали. Что тут еще добавить? Продолжение игры не будет, словно говоря, никогда. Хотя там вроде как название на франшизу, словно на франшизу, то есть название Disco Elysium осталось за теми, кто делал игру. Так, там всякая локализация пошла. Вот это поворот в том, кто может быть напарником, если Кима ранит. Даже интересно. Самаха, вещай. Я это перепроходить не стану. Либо я Куна. Я почему-то так и подумал. Супер всратая идея, но из разряда как бы бредовых, почему бы и нет. Даже настолько. Ну, на самом деле, блин, не знаю. Мой мозг сейчас не способен адекватно анализировать что-либо. Нет, это забавная идея, как бы. Просто не знаю, как на это реагировать. Ну, то есть, бывают там всякие пасхалки просто ради пасхалок, типа во втором Silent Hill, когда есть финалка с пасхалкой, где сидит Сиба Ину и просто монтирует все вот этого вот в формат какой-то там телепередачи. Ну, по-моему, вот как раз напарник в виде Куна, это вот как раз вот в какую-то ту сторону. Как бы и Фазмин тоже, в принципе, что-то вот туда. Если Классия, если арестовать, полицейская волна выдаст, что ее коррумпированные. Ну, да, это очевидно. Причем я как я понимаю, ее там убьют тоже и еще до раскручивания всех событий, финал, так сказать. На самом деле я ждал вот условно от этой боевой сцены некого такого более эпичных последствий, что ли, больше накала действий, но типа после перестрелки все разъехались, и ты такой, ну, нашли убийцу, но типа уже как будто никому не надо. Кроме тебя, естественно. Так что... Ну, увы, как есть, так есть. Что ж, все это закончилось. Еще раз спасибо за компанию, за комментарии, за то, что смотрели, если кроме Самахи еще кто-то смотрит. Что ж, я отчаливаю, приятных снов, просмотра, если кто в течение там, дня это будет смотреть. И пока-пока.